Hello, 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 hello. So today we will be continuing yesterday's on for the deliberate in the same spot. We did manage to check overall 750 Pokemon yesterday. I mean, I'm not only checking deliberates, because if I would only be checking deliberates, that would be completely insane considering that it's a 5%. But, as usual, I will be, if it's not like too common of a Pokemon, I will be having other ones to be added there as well to the mix. Also checking Amora and Snowruns. And occasionally the random ones that I either accidentally run into or they run into me. Yeah, it would be quite cool to be able to get to 1500 today, and I think it should be decently reasonable. Considering that I did do 750 yesterday, I think it should be quite easy to be getting the same amount done today as well. But we shall see. Shall see indeed. What do you Yes, I said we do be playing a little bit later on the day. I did switch the clock a little bit backwards. Or forwards. Technically also backwards, because I need to just switch back to be the correct weather. But yep. Would like to be waiting for the first one to actually be the delivered. There we go. It shouldn't take too long. There we go. So honestly, anyways, the first one that I would have wanted to encounter anyways. Maybe there was a Snoran somewhere hiding, but apart from that, was indeed the first one that I would have wanted to encounter anyways. I still would wish that in this game, like I understand that you wouldn't be hearing cries from every Pokemon that you know spawns in. But I kinda wish that if the game knows that only one Pokemon would be there, like spawning in at the time, then it would be displaying the cry, because sometimes it would be helpful, especially if you're looking for something relatively small in grass. That is like a visible encounter, either only or it's more reasonable to be getting it as a visible encounter instead. It would be nice indeed. Because it was kind of the case that in the Let's Go games, that not everything made sound, but if it was something special in that location, it almost always did make the Eli cry. Which was kind of cool. Giving that special Pokemon, like, you know that there is a special Pokemon there. It's very nice indeed. Oh, there's Snow Ranch. I'm wondering when it's going to be the first time today that I will be running into a random snow on the ground that I can't see. Because it's going to be happening at some point, and usually happens quite quickly as well. Because this is so small. There's a snow around there. Want to encounter? But yeah, hopefully everyone is having a good day today. I'm having a quite good day myself today. Nothing too bad going on and stuff like that. Not too bad at all. Bunch of delivers, considering that like getting a concentration and everything that I want to encounter. Delivered has been the one that has been showing up the most so far today. It is indeed quite interesting. Has been the one to be showing up. I think there might be a snow run there. There might have been. If it was, it's gone. It'd go too far away from it, even though I thought I was close enough to it so it wouldn't be despawning like that, but I guess not then. I guess not then. I'm gonna actually just despawn all of you guys. Oh. I was very fast from showing that there is the thing. There has been a lot of those though recently in general. And that's like shown and then like immediately getting the encounter in. Very interesting indeed. But yeah, if we get the delivered or whatever my thing will be getting early enough today, then we're gonna be doing some DAs today. That of course remains to be seen. Do we get anything or not? Remains to be seen indeed. As I said, I probably won't be starting a new phase in here for the delivered indeed. It is quite unlikely because I will most likely, if I don't get it of course today or this year, then I will be indeed getting back to each next year then. Be doing that indeed. I'm not completely sure, but I might be wanting to continue like one more round after the break. But then again, I don't really know. I guess it of course really depends on how am I feeling that day. Do I want to be doing DAs instead? I want to be doing DAs instead, or what it shall be. What it shall be indeed. More snoms, eh? Yeah, I talked about a little bit yesterday that I would wish that there would be a way to be making things that are rare somehow to be more frequent. And the other way around, like flip the encounter table. I know that it is indeed a case in few games. It's a little bit of a shame, honestly, that it hasn't come back. Of course, one of the easiest ways to be doing it would be to make it to be an ability-based thing. Even though, unfortunately, it's seeming like we're not gonna be getting too much usage out of outside battle ability things. Then again, you never know, they might be bringing it back, and I kind of hope that they do, because I guess it really depends on do they keep the sandwich thing going on or not, now that I think about it. If they keep the sandwich thing going up still, then I guess we don't really need like Harvest to be an outside battle effect. But if they don't bring them back going forward or something like similar, I would wish that like Harvest and such would be working outside of the outside of battle indeed. It's not like it's used too much either. I don't use it too often, but maybe there is sometimes a situation that you, for whatever reason, want to just go for a specific Pokemon for no reason and would like to use something like Harvest or Magnet Pull, for example, to just be making it to be appearing more frequently. I love that it just goes back to casual walking. Anyways, funny things indeed. Imagine getting a Snom with the green face. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I will say that I would wish it would be better, but it's not a bad shiny per se. Frostmoth do be looking very lovely. Frostmoth do be looking very lovely indeed. With the Snom, the problem is that I don't know, maybe the eyes could have changed colors. Like do something interesting. Don't know really what though. Because it technically could have been like pretty much any color, because it's not like Frostmoth really has anything like that on its design. So it could be literally almost anything. But yeah, it's fine. It is fine indeed. I love that it is just barely showing up there. My Pokemon, that is. Just barely showing up there. You love to see that. Love to see it indeed. Want to check out a thing. How to one ability, which I'm pretty sure I know how it works. I'll double check it though. There is the first turn. That was no I did quite see though. Like that, going up that is. We did already run into one that I didn't see at all. No, there's no. I guess need to be going for it like that then. There's a boosted Snom there. I remember incorrectly the name of the ability. No? Oh, okay. I was just adding a space there, even though there's no such thing as space there. Yeah, I think there is like Steelworker is an ability that I understand that it's only with Delmice, but I kind of think it should be with more Pokemons. Especially since it is the case that not that many like signature abilities to be like staying as a signature ability for too long. Some do. It's same with the signature moves though, that they are like not going to be there for too long. Oh my god. Bear. I thought there was enough room there. No, there wasn't, unfortunately. It's two Amoras now. I mean, I think anyways we could be having more abilities like Steelworker that technically gives a third stab move. I think it would be very nice. And I think it, like, if we would be getting more abilities like that, I personally think that they should be only available as either only as the hidden ability or as like it has another ability. So you know it wouldn't be always at use. I think that Glalie might have been the one that I did one day to be finding as a shiny randomly. Because as I said before, every once in a while I'll just randomly check out the I check out the random like daily spawn Pokemons. It's not. I will be blocking in my phone. There we go. I put my Joy-Cons out of the the Joy-Con holder. Was just holding the holder, not the Joy-Cons. Smart. Very smart indeed. One thing that is always interesting to me, especially during like Christmas time indeed, is that how many are gonna be getting as a present like in quotes old games? So of course everyone is gonna be getting the games when they, you know, release. They might be waiting until Christmas or wait few years. Which, you know, makes sense. It is fine. It makes completely sense that it is the case. So it's always interesting to see though. Yeah. Yes, I will say one. I think that I completely understand I completely understand the dudes that are like only buying the games when everything is out about it already, you know? Because like then you have everything. You can play the game with everything in each when you start playing it, you know. I know it's harder to be doing with certain games because, you know, some games they just be getting updates like all the time. In quotes. So for those kinds of games it's a little bit harder, but if it is indeed like a more or less story-based game, it's easier to be getting. It's sometimes easier to be getting it when you're like, you know that there is no such thing as updates coming to the game anymore. Because then you, as I said, you can just play it all at once. But it is sometimes just surprising to me that like since there's like of course games that I think that everyone that wanted to get them has already gotten them, you know. And then somebody's like, I'm new to this game, I'm like, huh, there's still people buying this game. Like, interesting. Oh. I mean, that is the good thing about like single player games, or at least games that have single player features and are not only like multiplayer games. It doesn't matter do you get it in quotes 2 years late. it's still gonna be functioning the same. It's just a single player game, it's not like it would be benefiting anything from multiplayer. I will say one thing that I do be finding nowadays to be very unfortunate about online games anyways is that it is such a shame that there is so many games that if you want to be playing everything about it, you need to be like playing it all the time. Otherwise you will be missing out on things. Of course, some things it doesn't really matter if you miss out on them or not. But for other ones, it is quite unfortunate because you might be missing out on some things that would have been nice to have, but since you didn't play in a certain time period, you can never get it. Well, I will say one thing about that is at least nice if you like have a game like that you play like not every day, but you know, a decent amount. And that's a good thing because there is most likely not something that you can get only like for one day only. They're usually available for a little bit longer, which is very nice indeed. As oh god. I mean, it could be the collection part of me that finds it very unfortunate, though. I like to be collecting things. Having cool collections and such. But yeah, of course it really depends on what thing you do miss out on, because some things they are not as necessary as others, or it's just it's unfortunate. It is indeed unfortunate. I remember that, I don't know what game it was, and like it was a long time ago. There was like one like, you know, free to play game. Hello there. How are you doing? Yeah, there was one game that I did play quite a long time ago that was like a single player game. And you could be playing it for like a good while, but then it would be entering you need to pay zone. And I was like, that's unfortunate. I'm not gonna be paying for this because it was like quite pricey. Which is very unfortunate. Might be like even like 10 years ago at this point that I did play that game. I don't remember like anything about it. I just remember that it was like a cool game. I would like to play it, but it was just so ridiculously expensive to be going forward with it. Like honestly, I will say one thing that I personally I'm fine with paying to play the game But if it's like a free to play game, I'm like frustrated if I need to like pay. Like I'm forced to be inside the game. Like I would just wish that I could have just, you know, paid for the game when I did like download it instead. But I guess it was like the time that that did work better, I guess. But yeah, I don't mind like if the game is free and there is like, I don't know, some sort of like season thing that if you would like to get more benefits from, you would need to pay, because that's just like what how things work nowadays. But yeah. It is what it is. I don't know why, but I just, like, from what I remember about the game is that I think that it's not really a thing anymore, or at least it like seems like a game that it would be kind of dead by now. It seems like a game that would be dead by now indeed. Another Ordino. A third Ordino today? I haven't done even 100 checks. What do you mean? This should be the third one. This is the second one anyway, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous luck indeed. Okay. Sure. I will personally say, because I don't mind Ordino too much, I would kind of wish that Ordino would be getting something on it, like, it would be weird for it to be getting an evolution, but it wouldn't be too bad. I wouldn't mind that. I would like it to be getting something. Because the way that I feel about Orino is that since I quite like it, I just feel that sometimes it's just in the shadow of Chansey. Like, I would wish that more times Orino would be in the games than Chansey is. Or I guess we could be having both. I know that Ordino did get a Mega, but it could technically be getting a regional variant. It could. I don't think it will, but why not? Like, imagine getting a regional form from like Ordino and it would be the complete opposite what it usually does. I mean, it did kind of happen with certain Alola forms. They, like, there was Alolan Vulpix. Was an ice type compared to the normal being a comparing it to the normal to be a fire type. hunt is quite good. It is going quite well, thanks for asking. How are you doing? You're doing yourself indeed. Oh, that's good to hear. Are you doing yourself any hunting? Nice. Good luck with it. How far are you in on that then? Okay. Is it going well so far? You've been able to get cool Pokemons. Nice. It is always nice. Ice cream. Nice. Snom. Yeah. Have you done too many Nuzlockes? Yeah, I haven't done any Nuzlockes myself. They're not really my thing. They're not really my thing. I understand the appeal of them. Like, I understand why people are doing them, but it's just not my thing. I rather myself to be doing some other kinds of challenges, like using a certain type or other things. Yeah, they can be pretty stressful. And I would like to say that depending on how far you want to be going with it, you would need to really start to like calculate things, know how like battling works. Which I say that I still don't know too well. It's just battling in Pokemon games, it hasn't been my thing ever. But I understand it is a thing that people like. I understand indeed. Yeah. But Nuzlocke are definitely an easy way to be making games to be harder. Are you doing the encounters for the routes from the like visible ones or from the random ones? Oh, thank you. I wish you best of luck with your Nuzlocke. Hello. Okay. are you doing, Zazibaniri? Nice. Are you doing the special deliberate outbreaks? Or what are you doing on Violet? Use a snow run, nice. Yeah. Understandable. It is quite high odds. I talked about it already yesterday that Delivered is probably one of the most kind of boring ones that have been getting the special outbreaks. Just for the sole reason that it doesn't evolve. So, like, I don't really see a reason to be going for too many of them. I mean, I guess Marks, but apart from that, really. Because everything else has been, like, having at least an evolution or two. But yeah. It is very interesting. I have played Indigo Disc, yes. I have played all the... or both of the parts of the DLC. Yeah, I did take it quite slow, personally, because I just didn't want to be rushing through it. I just explored and stuff like that. The story itself, it is quite short. If you're like actually going like to the story and nothing else. I will say one thing that I will be recommending to you without getting any spoilers. Work on your Pokédex. You need to be having 200 Pokédex entries to be getting some Pokémons. Kind of like what the Teal Mask did, that it did have a special Pokemon after you have completed enough of each. Of course, if you care about completing a Pokédex, getting everything new, that is. The unfortunate thing is that starters are of course the best way to be getting bunch of Pokédex entries, but they are locked behind BBQs. Oh. Is there a reason why it needs to be a female one? Do you have the starters unlocked, by the way, to the area? Oh my god. I think that's my 5th Audino under 100 encounters, and it's supposed to be a 1%. Yeah. Yeah, with which starters it is indeed rare that it's female. It's a shame that, like, if you really would like to go for those kinds of things, that Q charm doesn't work. But yeah, I mostly don't care about the genders of the shinies, thankfully. I mean, there is the, like, few situations, like, if you want to be getting, like, a Vespaquin or Salazzle. Oh. Those are very nice Pokemon. Are you planning on keeping the Snivy as a Snivy? Then? Okay. And there's only a few times that I will be caring about the shinies gender. Is the gender specific evolutions and like if I want to be getting them. And then there is because I want to be at some point be starting to be getting every cat that could be thinking that it could be either my cat or our cat as a shiny. So there is 2 cat starters. It's gonna be fun to be going for a female one of those 2. It is indeed. But yeah, I have heard that a lot of people like Braixen specifically. They don't like too much of Delphox. I don't mind either of them myself. I don't mind either of them myself, indeed. Have you gotten so far any faces for the Snivy? Nice. Have you then KO'd the 60 or what? To be getting the best odds? What I have heard with Snivy, it's still the problem that even though you have an outbreak and everything, there is still like deerlings and executors nearby. So it can be like easy to be facing on each. The Snivy is very like, it's in a very specific spot on the map. It's not like some starters, they're like absolutely everywhere on their respective like places. Are you using only the outbreaks, or are you also using sandwiches on top of that? Is it a sparkling sandwich, or is it just like encounter power grass? Yeah. It is like, even though I don't mind you doing that, it's just not my thing. I have I have tried sparkling sandwiches few times myself. And the problem with me is that it's just I just can't be bothered to be resetting the game when I don't get anything, so I don't want to be wasting them. And I have done like few outbreak ones, but I haven't KO'd anything. Oh, hello Adam, how are you doing? Nice. What do here? What are you hunting on then? If you're facing a lot? Oh. Jeez. Are you using sandwiches to boost odds, or just running around there? Yeah. What have been the phases then? Is there a reason, by the way, why specifically Magby? You want the entire line, I guess? As I will say that Magby is my least favorite of the three. I do be loving the pink. Oh, that's a perfect name for a Snivy. Do be very fitting. Yeah. Understandable. Jesus. Bear. Yeah, I don't personally. I understand people wanting to be using the sparkling power and outbreaks. I just personally don't want to be doing it because I don't mind doing full odds personally. It's just not a method that I personally prefer, but if you want to be doing it, then sure, I don't care. And I still feel that it's so stupid that people are so upset about those kinds of things. They're upset that people are shiny hunting on their own way, the way that they prefer. Like, what does it matter? There's said plenty of times it's stupid that it's said that shinies have value. They don't. They only have value for the person who is having it. And the thing is, how many shinies have you gotten and it just is sitting on the box doing absolutely nothing? uh... I didn't know that Execute was spawning all the way up there. It's a decent faces though. 2 starters. It is around like the rib gauge looking like block thing, right? I'm not misremembering the place. Yeah, it is sometimes very surprising. The faces that you can gauge. You were probably looking for that for quite some time. I would like to say for like a day. Like 24 hours a day. Because Fennekin, it is like quite rare even with outbreaks. Oh god. So missuited then. Yeah. Are you planning on... are you planning on getting another shiny female Fennekin with like it being on the overworld? Yeah, because Fennekin it is indeed on the rarer side. It's in such a small area, kind of like what Snivy is. At least it's not available only in one specific location that it's impossible to get it in. I don't know, Cyndaquil. Oh yeah. Yeah, Fennekin is a very nice shiny though. Since you're going for the living decks, or shiny living decks, are you going to be having fun when you're looking for Elekid? Nice. Luck there. It is very nice if you are indeed going for outbreaks and then there's a special Pokemon there. As I said, for me it's a shame because I would probably like to be doing some hunting in Scarlet and Violet, but my problem is that there's the special outbreaks going on. And I don't really want to be getting shinies from them. And what if they are in areas that I want to hunt in? Yeah. Well, 15 for babies. I mean, it would have been, of course, easy to do when there was the special outbreaks going on. But yeah. There's definitely some tedious hunts that you could do. I know that some people have been trying to go for every single pattern on a certain butterfly. It's so nice that the place is so warm because we are having the oven to be probably for the next 5 or so hours. Like on. Because we have a Christmas ham on the oven. And it takes more or less an hour for 1 kilo for it to be done. And it's like 5 kilos, so more or less 5 hours. It has been there already for... Has been there already for a few hours at this point. Yeah, we don't eat turkey really here, we eat Christmas ham instead. And it's ridiculously expensive sometimes. Especially because we want to be going for one without a bone. Because, like... we can buy with a bone, but then we would need to buy more because we would need to count the amount of weight that the bone is, you know? And also it's easier to be cutting it when there is no bone. Surprisingly. What a big surprise. Oh yeah, today is, by the way, if anyone is interested, today is the Weird Year Day in Pokemon Go. I'm not too interested in it. Weird Years, they do be everywhere in the gyms. Oh, hello, more. Oh god. Bear. There we go. I see though that today is still continuing to be ridiculous with the Amoras. Way too many females. It should be 12.5 for the females. Should be. Oh no. Let's just get ridiculously lucky with the female Amoras. And a shiny one not gonna be showing up today, right? I will say, by the way, probably one of the coolest features in the second part of the DLC for me has to be the lock-on feature upgrade. It's still so cool to be seeing things like that. Is it too necessary? No, but it's still cool. It's a shame that there is no such thing as fixing the camera, that you can hide the things, but I don't think that they will ever be removing it. It's strange that they still don't do it though. Wonder what was the idea behind it. Be removing it. Because if it would have been like a bug or something like that, I would have liked to say that they would have been fixing it like earlier, but it just seems like it was an intended feature. And now it's just gone, and now you can't be taking beautiful little scenes with your camera. Even though I didn't do it personally, but I understand if people want to be doing it. And it's a shame that you can't really do it anymore. Even though I have seen some people to be able to pull it off somehow. And I don't know how. It's not like I haven't tried every single button myself. I mean, I don't know. There's only one reason why I think the camera app was changed to be working the way that it does now. And it is like, what if they thought that people didn't know how to take screenshots? If there wouldn't be like a button showed how do you like take a screenshot? Because not everyone knows that there is a screenshot button on Switch. It's like at least somewhat of a logical reasoning why it would be removed. But yeah, I don't personally care too much. It is what it is indeed. More snow runs? Nice. Hello there. How are you doing? I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Are you doing any hunting? Nice. What are you planning on doing on Shield then? Is there a specific target in mind then you would like to be getting? No, okay. You haven't left on any hunts ongoing. My main target is Delibird. I like to do the Delibird hunt. Oh, nice! You got the pink. The pink beauty. Let's go. Congrats. Yeah, my main target is Delibird. I like to do it around Christmas. I do be loving myself a shiny Magmar. I will say one thing, that in my opinion, shiny Magmar's flames in Scarlet and Violet, they look better than the regular ones. They look so much better. Another Delibird here. Let's go. Lovely. It is very fitting for it. Of course, if you don't want to be wasting them, Heal Ball would be the next best option. I know that you can get them now, like a bunch of them, like somewhat easily with the machine. But not everyone still wants to be, in quotes, be wasting special Pokeballs. Which is understandable, of course. Nice. I will say I wasn't the first too big of a fan of like Magby line myself, but it has grown on me over the years. And I do be absolutely loving the shiny. And I don't understand why some people are so upset about the shiny anyways. It's a cool one. A cool shiny. Indeed. I will say it's still though, I will always be preferring Magby line over Elekid line. I'll be preferring that myself. It definitely couldn't be because I just have a big hatred against Elekid and its shiny. It most definitely is not the reason. It's such a shame that the shiny is so bad. With the Elekid. And also, I don't know why, but there was some sort of like, I did like quite dislike also Electabuzz when I like first did see it, but it's the same thing with Magby that I don't mind it anymore. It is so weird though that Magmar and Electabuzz are sometimes version exclusives for me, because like it's just you find them in such different places usually. Like, why would they need to be version exclusives for that? Because mostly version exclusives are like in the same area, like Vulpix and Growlithe. for example. So I just don't really see a reason for them to be version exclusives. But then again, we look at the Fire Red and Leaf Green, and for whatever reason, in one game there is two water psychic types. That just doesn't make too much sense. Because, like, of course the logical thing would be that one, the other game, one, the other. But anyways, version exclusives, they can sometimes be strange. But as I have said plenty of times, I love that in Scarlet and Violet in the DLCs there isn't too many version exclusives. But at the same time, in my opinion, not every one of them is fair to be a version exclusive. Like, or the pairing doesn't make sense. But I will say, thankfully, also, I don't really miss out on anything because of the version exclusive things. Because the version exclusives, they are not the most exciting things for me to be hunting, because I'm just either not too interested in them, or I can hunt them in other games, or I already have them in other games. So I don't really care about them. They aren't really the ones that I would like to hunt, you know, twice. Or more times than I have of them. I will say though that I'm quite glad that I did get the version with the Alolan Sandslash instead of Vulpix. Because I would like to say that Sandslash, or Sandshrew, whatever my thing, is a little bit easier to see the shiny of than Alola Vulpix. I would like to say that. I don't know what makes me think that that would be the case. As I said plenty of times that I think that the shiny is very pretty for Alolan Vulpix and Ninetales. I just would kind of wish it would be more noticeable. Like one or the other color would be more vibrant. But I guess it's especially can be true in Scarlet and Violet because the light can sometimes be very interesting. Very interesting thing. Yeah, I hope for the best of luck to anyone that do be hunting. Hopefully you'll be getting whatever you're looking for, or get a face. It's something indeed. It's nice to be getting indeed something. Snom. Of my controller. Lovely. Or Joy-Con, whatever my thing. Same thing. Hello, Amora. I will say one thing, I haven't seen too many Ordinos in a while. Then again, there has been like ridiculous amount of them already, so I understand that there needs to be a break. Speak of which. Hello. Hello. uh, I like but I hate the thing that when indeed Pokemon said want to be running away from you because they are afraid, whatever, that they do be like trying to not get caught, you know? Of course, like, it makes sense and everything, but at the same time, it sometimes can be frustrating to be encountering them. It can indeed. Oh, no one? Hello? You're not blue. I see. Huh? I guess there was a snob there. Or this is just a weird looking deli bird. Lovely. Oh boy. Yeah, one thing seems to be the case though this year is that I might actually be having like to be Christmas Day as a chill day to be at home. Which is strange because usually on Christmas Day we will be seeing my father. But since it doesn't go too well with him, then no. It's just a weird thing because usually like 24th, 25th and 26th are always like all the days that I will be at least, or we will be at least partially somewhere else. Of course I don't mind it, but it's just, you know, weird. But then again, you never know how things are gonna be changing still. I still a bunch of time left, so things can indeed be changing. Things can always be changing indeed. Actually check. Yeah, pretty much I would like to say from when I do come back on 27th, I probably will be streaming every day for the rest of the year. If of course I don't feel like taking a day off. But it is quite likely that I will be doing that. Oh my god. Ordino. What are you doing in here? What are you doing here, Ordino? Why are you showing up so much? Scaring me. Well, once you speak about a thing that is like in quotes never happening, it starts to happening all the time. You know, the usual. Oh yeah, last night I was like, I decided that, you know what, I want to be hunting some of these Scarlet Paradox Pokemons. Like I have a wheel that, you know, is deciding what I hunt and stuff like that. You know, I just don't want to be going for one. I want to like switch it like after the 30 minutes. I was looking for a Sandy Shogs and there was a weirdly colored Go-Go there. I mean, I didn't mind it. Go-Go is a nice shiny. It's not like I don't have it already, but does it really matter? Not really. It doesn't really matter. It is just interesting, though. At least it wasn't again a Chompluff situation, though. I was hunting for a Slitherwing like a long time ago, which was, by the way, the last thing that I did get as a shiny in that game, funnily enough. It used Memento so many times. It was insane. Memento is definitely one of the moves that I would wish it would be with less Pokemons. Or like it would be one of the, like, why couldn't like, especially thinking like Scarlet and Violet did make like so many things for you to easily not be failing shinies. Like it's almost impossible to easily be failing a shiny. It's just so weird that like they didn't like Memento or something like that would be failing if you would be higher level. In wild battles specifically. But then again, do I really care? Not really. I just was very frustrated that I need to restart the game so many times. Eventually the dude did get caught though. And it's not like some Pokemons that have like Memento or whatever, like those kinds of moves that would be ending the battle. They make sense that they have them, but then there's like things like Memento that is, in my opinion, with a little too many Pokemons in the wild. It could be like a move that you could teach, surely. we go. Yeah. It is what it is, though. I will say one thing I wish if it will be coming back is the aura Pokemons from this game that can be having like special moves. I would kind of wish that there would be like a list somewhere that you would always know like what is the special thing that they have. Like about each. Kind of like what was the Dex snap that you could be seeing some like information about the Pokemon before you encounter each. It would be quite cool. It's like, there is like some Pokemon that could be having quite scary moves for sure. Like if they do be getting when they are having the aura around them. Some Pokemon might be getting moves like Curse, and then you're like, oh god. It's a ghost type with Curse. It's a ghost type with Curse indeed, and then you're like, oh no. Then it's like, goodbye. After like 2 uses. Also, by the way, there's one move that I absolutely hate to sometimes be having with a Pokemon if I try to lower the HP for some reason. I usually don't lower the HP. I can't be bothered with it, personally. Just catch them at full HP and like without anything done. Is to be having to see a move called Pain Split. Like, I think for me Pain Split is the one that I hate to see the most. I don't mind like something like Rest. Because I think about it as, hey, you did put yourself asleep, so you should be easier to capture, right? Back to back Daily Birds, let's go! It is interesting. Imagine after Scarlet and Violet, by the way, since they have been making, as I said, shinies pretty much impossible to easily be losing. Imagine in the next game they will be making shinies more likely to be like you will be having a higher chance to be losing them. That would be mean. But at the same time, would that just be a thing that they will be doing, though? I doubt it, because they actually, like, as I said, they seem to be wanting to make shinies not to feel too special. Which is, like, fine by me, I don't care. I will still be having the same feelings about the shinies that I have. Don't care. I know that they are technically, a waste of time if you actually think about it. But then again, as I said before, it's just yet another way to just kill time. It's yet another way to just kill time at the end of the day. Also, one thing I will say about speaking of shinies and their rarity is that one thing that I will say that I personally find a little bit weird is that why is always like, if not the rarest, one of the rarest shinies that you can find to be the level 100 Magikarp? Specifically one level 100 one. It's just so weird to me. I understand that, of course, like, it's a cool thing that it's level 100 and everything, but then again, why is it specifically? Why always that specific one? Just for whatever reason, it just feels strange to me. There we go. Hello. Oh. Snoring first, I guess, then Nomura. Yeah, because, like, the thing is that, if you're just saying that because it's a 1% Pokemon, because, like, the thing is that, like, if you are going for the 1% slot wouldn't... Like, the thing is that you can technically be boosting the odds to be, like, the higher the level Pokemon is. Like, the higher level Pokemon are more likely to be there. It's just weird because it's a 1 to 100, but 1 to 9 and 91 to 100. They are also, like... Those are all the ones that are only at the 1%. So why is it always the level 100 one? Because from what I understand, isn't it as rare to be finding the Pokemon that is level 1 there at the 1% as the level 100 as the 1% slot? Then again, maybe there is some deeper knowledge that I don't know about, but... based on what I understand, that they both are on the 1% thing. So... why is the level 100 more rare? As I said, you can make it easier because, like... you can be... Actually, now that I think about it... if you actually think about it, level 100 Magikarp, it isn't too bad to be getting because... Does repel work on when you're fishing? If it does, you can like have just... You know, a Pokemon that is in higher levels and it's then more likely to be... It's harder to do for low-level Pokemons, though, the repel trick, than it is for higher-level Pokemon. And as I said, there is like certain abilities that do be making the Pokemons to be in higher levels more likely. I just personally think that I don't understand, like, why. Why the level 100 specifically is the rarest Pokemon. I think it's more of like the shock thing about it, that you can find a level 100 Magikarp that knows at least Splash. I will say though, one thing I want to be a thing for more Pokemon is the level 100 thing. Because like it seems like it has been so far for only Magikarp and, if I remember correctly, also Gyarados. I would wish it would be there more often. Like, couldn't it be like other Pokemons? Like, as I said, if we're talking about like similar Pokemons in similar situations, Feebas is in a similar situation. Assuming that it's a Snom then. It was a snow run, it's not the end of the world. Why can't you find a Sunkern at level 100? It is interesting to think about in general that the Sunkern, like, it is a weak Pokemon. But at least in my eyes, Sunkern is one of the rarest, like, weak Pokemons. Because Magikarp, you can, like, fish pretty much anywhere. And you will be finding Magikarps. Feebas is just a rare thing, so yeah. Okay. Then there is who is it? Wishy-Washy, who isn't like that rare to begin with, and it's also like on the rare, like on the weaker side, especially if it's below level 20. Because then only the ability starts to kick in. But then there's the Sunkern. That is so weak that it's impossible to be finding each. Maybe there's gonna be a game one day. Sunkers are available in every route. That could be a thing. Because I know that people absolutely love to hunt for Sunkern in Scarlet and Violet. Because it changes so much, first of all. And then there is the fun thing that it appears in so many places. And it's not available in Outbreaks. It is an interesting Pokemon for sure, for sure. But anyways, it do be interesting indeed. I will say one thing. I would hope that in like a game at some point there would be mentions about like what do like certain abilities do outside of battle. I know that, as I said, they if they are keeping the Scarlet and Violet thing, that the abilities are nowhere outside of battles. But if they will be like doing remakes and they will be working like ability-wise the same, or what like this game did do, which would be making sense to me, I would wish that there would be like in the game there would be things said like what they do. I would wish that indeed. Because of course like I like remember quite a good amount of them. But then there's still like some things that I tend to forget. Like the ones that like make easier to be finding wild Pokemons. Or as I said, to be boosting the likelihood of finding the higher level Pokemon instead. It could be because I don't use them too much, but it wouldn't really hurt to be finding it like that information in the games. Would it? It's not like in games there is a lot of like kind of useless information anyways. It's just be adding to that pile. Another bear chick. Soon as thousands check. Soon as thousands check. Indeed. So, indeed. Who is it going to be? Number 1,000. Nothing there yet that I'm interested in checking. It's going to be an Amora. Nice. It's already 250 checks in though. Today. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Going again today quite well with the amount of encounters that I have been able to do. Which I'm very glad about. I'm very glad about it indeed. Very glad about it indeed that I'm able to be checking a decent amount of encounters. Status boosts, no, I see. I will say definitely at some point, I don't know when. I definitely want to be hunting a frost moth on top of the place in here. Even though I might be getting it through Dynamax Adventures or whatever, it's still a cool one to be finding nonetheless. Because like sometimes I just want to be hunting the Pokemon twice even though I already have it, because it's just a cool location to be getting it in, you know? A cool location to be finding in Pokemon in indeed. There's like so many Frostmoth anyways there. I would kinda wish that there would be more likely to be finding other Pokemons there as well though. Like, there is in certain weathers there's like a chance for certain Pokemon to be there. I think I haven't actually checked the like encounter table thing there, but I know that Audino is available there as well. And based on how common it is in like everywhere else in this game, I would like to say that it's going to be a 1%. Or the rarest one anyways. Oh. Hmm. Oh god. I will say one thing that I'm a little bit surprised about fossil Pokemons though. We don't have too many dragons to be fossils. There's like, because like considering the fact that there is quite a good amount of fossil Pokemons that definitely has like dinosaurs as the inspiration. It's not like Dragon is specifically dragons all the time anyways. But yeah, it's interesting that there couldn't be one. I always wonder like what will be the next like fossil Pokemon that we are gonna be seeing. The new ones. So I would like to see new fossils. The problem is though that I don't really know what we could be getting fossil Pokemon based on too much. We could be technically be getting like just like a nowadays a regular animal, but just ancient. I don't know, would that be boring, but would definitely be a way to be doing it. Definitely be a way to be doing it though. Because at least with that, we would be getting some interesting fossils for sure. I mean, then you need to think, would it be too close to what like Paradox Pokemons are from the past though? Maybe. I don't think it matters too much though. I don't think it matters too much though, indeed. It would definitely be interesting. Maybe if we will be getting a cool bug Pokemon from the from Fossil, it could be Bug Dragon. Could be a possibility. Could be a possibility indeed. I mean, I wouldn't mind it personally. Wouldn't mind it personally at all to be finding something like that. Another thing like that could be working as a fossil indeed, as I did kind of already mention, it is some sort of like dragon. As they would always be working. think that we have really be getting a dragon that would be, you know, the classic, like in Treasure's dragon. Maybe the fossil one could be that. We don't have anyways too many Pokemons that would be based on like they'd like Treasure anyways. And it's like mentions of it, but there's not like they actually will be going as the Pokédex says. Even though they have just recently started to be doing that. It would be still kind of cool. Like imagine if a wild Murkrow would be sometimes taking the items from the ground. I think that could be quite interesting. Maybe if we will be getting a dragon Pokemon that... Maybe if we will be getting a dragon Pokemon that... likes the... likes the treasure, it could be a thing that it's... It very much likes Gimme Goal. And maybe, you know, around their layers there would be a bunch of Gimme Goals. Specifically the chest form. Maybe. It'll be interesting to say the least. I mean, I will say that probably is not gonna ever be shown in a game, though. Or maybe that could be... Maybe that could be a thing that, you know, shows in, like... the anime or, like... like Pokemon Snap kind of game instead of like main series ones. Could be interesting. Oh. No. Trying to get away from the bear tick that is probably gonna be again trying to attack me once I get out of this battle. It's not really working too well. Oh, you didn't notice me straight away? Nice. Snom is definitely the one that has been boosted a lot today, but then again it's like the most common Pokemon in here. You were yesterday, Vanillish. Definitely a one that wanted to be having the aura a lot. So how did I not encounter that dude? Usually if it would be that close I would be encountering it already. But not this time for whatever reason. I mean I don't mind it, but... It's the hitbox in this game sometime. It's the hitbox in this game sometimes indeed. Strange. I don't honestly think that I have ever played a game that hitbox collision, whatever my thing is, working perfectly. And so of course that is definitely not the easiest things to be doing. It's just sometimes weird. It's sometimes indeed. So many things can go wrong. Many things can always be going wrong indeed. So it really wants to try and check you even that far in. I will say though, considering where like polar bears live, I think it should be possible for a bear chick to be in the water. I think indeed it should be. It's honestly a lot of Pokemons that I think should be able to swim. Especially in Scarlet and Violet, since no bunch of Pokemon can swim there. I just think that too many of them do be having the floaty with them. It's just a personal thought though. But I think indeed that more Pokemons should be... More Pokemon should be able to swim. It's not like they couldn't be doing now, because like it's not like surfing is the only way to be swimming, and in order to be learning surf it would be... You would need to be making sense to be carrying a person. Even though they don't most of the time make sense that how some of the HMs work. But then again, it's nice that they are working easier. Because then you don't need to be struggling too much to be like needing to be evolving Pokemons. Which is nice. It is indeed very nice. Because I think it was a nice thing that they did decide to like get rid of like the HMs indeed, because then now more Pokemon would be making sense to be able to learn it, since you don't need to be indeed be able to carry a person. So you know, it is quite fun like that indeed. And I'm glad anyways that they have... they seem to have been getting rid of, like... annoying necessary things in games. Like, of course, I understand, like, swim ability or, like, some sort of surfing thing is indeed a necessary thing. But, for example, you don't need to cut trees too much. There's, like, no strength puzzles in new games. It's very nice. Like, surely were the puzzles sometimes fun? Yeah, but at the same time, like, it is such a shame that you're kind of wasting a move slot, if not an entire Pokemon slot sometimes. Because, like, some of the moves, they are quite good. I will say that much. But most of them, they weren't the greatest. Or if they were good moves, it just wasn't, like, very fitted for that Pokemon to be having it. You know? I would wish that there would be more moves that almost every Pokemon can learn, though. There's only very few of them that almost every Pokemon can learn the move. And the unfortunate thing is that some of those Pokemons can't be learning the move anymore because either the move doesn't exist or it doesn't exist as like a TM. So you can't just teach it if it doesn't naturally learn each. But then again, things change. Things to be changing indeed. It is just... there is a lot of moves that I just find weird that they were removed. Or like maybe they were removed for a very short time and then they were brought back. I guess they need to be changing every once in a while, no matter what game it is. No matter what game it is, things do need to be changing. Because most of the games, if it is indeed like an endless game, they don't really work if everything would be the same forever. And they really don't. Guess people would be getting bored at some point if things just would be staying the same. I was talking about it yesterday that it is very nice that mods are a thing and a bunch of games are fine with it. Or creators more, but yeah. Because, as I said, it is a nice way to just be making the game feel new again, if there is indeed no such thing as updates. It's indeed just making the game feel different. There is sometimes the case though that certain like mods for games They are so good that they should technically be like on like their own game even, because they just work so well. It just works so well that they definitely just could be their own game. This is getting ridiculous. You already know. It's getting ridiculous indeed. Oh, my Pokemon disappeared. My Pokemon just disappeared, nowhere to be seen until I exit out of this battle. Interesting. I guess it was trying to like teleport behind me because I was pushing it so much, so it thought it was like in my way. As I said, thankfully it's not too big of a deal in this game though, that it is in one certain game. It is a big deal if your Pokemon is blocking your path. Because in most games it's no issue at all. You can just, you know, push it out of the way quite easily. It is still possible in that game as well, but it is definitely a lot harder to be doing than it usually is. So, Vertix. It's insane. I wonder how interesting it would be indeed be doing an aggressive Pokemon hunt in this game. Like in the way that, you know, it is encountering you basically. As like Sharpedo is definitely the easiest one, and I would like to say the most popular one that it's gonna be getting done with indeed. Which makes sense. But there's a lot of like aggressive Pokemon like Sneasel, Beartick, Boltund even. Like that are relatively fast, so you know encounters don't take too like forever to be getting, you know. Very interesting indeed. I will say one thing that I do be finding quite interesting that I've seen a lot done for a bunch of different games lately is indeed the game after a certain amount of years later when it was released. Which is strange, especially for like single player games that don't get updates or anything like that. I know that X and Y are definitely the one that I've been seeing lately the most, and makes sense, I guess. But I just don't really know what there would be to do there. As I said, it would be more interesting to be seeing for like multiplayer games that like to still see how many players is in there. After so many years, I think that would be more interesting. Or like if you have been actually having like a quite nice break from the game and like try to discover everything new that has been added. That could be quite cool as well. It's just like, I don't know. I don't really know what would be like such a different experience playing like X and Y now compared to like if you did play it before. Sure, there can be like some things that you have forgotten, but it's not that far on what we have now. It's not like the types are changed or anything along those lines. It is very interesting to be seeing though, indeed. What do you have? I guess it could sometimes be seen as like to see how old the games are. Yeah, I guess for that. It is very interesting. There's so many games that I thought that aren't that old, but oh god, they are old. Either like are already 10 years old or are just about to be 10 years old. There's certainly a lot of them. It's the strangest feeling when you like remember very well like once you did first discover it, either that you played it yourself or what most likely is the case that you did watch someone else to be playing each. At least it was the case for me, because there was like certainly some games that I was interested in, but at the same time I knew that I don't want to be playing them. And not just my type of game. A lot of those kind of games still. It's a lot of those kinds of games still. It's mostly like, more or less, I guess, like horror games. I'm interested in them, but I have no interest in playing them myself. It could definitely be having something to do that I get scared quite easily in games. Sometimes even for not too scary things. Sometimes indeed. Yeah, then again, there's a lot of other games as well that I'm more interested in watching them than actually playing them. Like, they seem like an interesting game, but the style that the game is in, it's just not my thing. I do be sometimes wishing that I would be able to find like nice grindy games, as I talked about yesterday as well, that I like to do sometimes grindy things. So sometimes it would be nice to be finding like a nice grindy game to be playing. I have found some nice ones, but like over the years I have been completing them, and you know, you're not always in the mood for certain games. Can you please? Thank you. So I remember there was a game that I did play like a year or two ago, and there was like collecting like things and, you know, certain things being rarer. I remember playing it for a few days to be getting every single like collectible. It wasn't too hard or anything. It was pretty easy to like learn how the patterns work. It was nice and chill, you know. At the same time, mindless, but at the same time, it's using just enough brain power to be interesting. What I mean by that is, it is like the kind that you could be like watching something else and doing it, but at the same time, you could just be doing it. I've actually been meaning to be playing that game again. A little bit differently. It's quite a nice game indeed. It's another early bird. Another jelly bird indeed. Oh, hello there. It's been a while since I've seen one of you guys. Like, at least 2 encounters. I mean, you're one of the more common ones, anyways. More common ones, anyways. Not too surprised about it, indeed. Jeez. There's like 5 bear ticks there. What's going on? Oh no. Bunch of bear chicks. Let's go. Oh my. I was thinking that there would be enough room, but no. There's not enough room there to be going about, unfortunately. I guess as long as you don't turn into a bear. Thank you. There's a little room there, so I would rather it not to be turning into a bear that is very hard to be dodging. I don't know why I thought of this, but I think it would be quite cool if more games would be like either at the end credits or like somewhere anyways. You would be able to see like a movie what you have done during the game. I think that could be quite cool. Does it need to be anything too crazy? No. But I do be always loving it, especially the ones that like do be actually be pictures of like your journey specifically, not just like a pre-made thing that just is same for everyone. You'll be loving those because it's just like, especially if it's a game that is kind of long, so you will probably be forgetting some parts. And you're like, oh yeah, that happened. I mean, I will say that I do be liking anyways if the game just has some sort of pictures. Not just, you know, just kind of boring text. Nothing else. I know that it is, of course, easy to be making just a text wall, but do be liking the ones that are more creative with it. Back to back? Boosted ones? Huh? Yeah, I do be loving it, indeed. I will say one thing, it could be because the games that I have played, apart from Pokemon that is, that the end credits, they are quite nice and like short. Because I remember like when I was a kid and, you know, was watching a movie and then there was like always like it seemed like the half of the length of the movies, the end credits. Of course, like I understand that there's a lot of people making it and stuff like that, but sometimes it's just like so weird how long they can be. I think they have somewhat getting better with that they are not that long anymore. And I guess the good thing is that you don't really need to be watching them anyways. If you don't really care about things. I guess the thing is that the things that were like, in my opinion, like cool and exciting about the end credits, you can nowadays just be easily finding things out of the internet. Which is of course a good thing. It is indeed a very good thing indeed. Tobago Moros to be female? Yeah. I still remember that there was a time that, like, every few times in a year, I did, like, go ahead and watch movies which like a close family member. Don't right now remember who exactly is she, but anyways. But yeah, it was very fun. As I said, I'm not that big of a movie person anymore though. She just really liked to go into movies and usually just, you know, drag me along there. And of course, like, why not? I will say though that I personally, I understand the appeal of like going into movies. But I honestly will be preferring to be watching the movie at home. Could be because, you know, you can just be yourself. You don't really need to be caring too much. And also, I guess the good thing is that you can sometimes be, you know, pausing whenever you want. And you can, you know, be eating anything you wanted as well. You're not just limited to the options. You're not limited. I don't have limited options indeed. I will say that thankfully that I was never in. I was lucky enough to never be in those kinds of movies though, that there would have been someone to be like very loud in there. Which I guess means that I find it very strange that everyone is always complaining about them. Because, like, I have never been having that kind of experience myself. Which is good, I guess, of course, but it is indeed interesting sometimes how things do be working indeed. Oh, there. I don't remember what the sunset does look like in Isle of Armor. I'm so rarely there anyways. It is definitely the place that I have hunted the least. It is definitely that place that I have hunted the least in. I guess because for me there really isn't anything that I'm too much looking for in there, and I don't know, I just don't find it to be that interesting of a location. I found Ground Thunder to be more interesting than the Isle of Armor. Surely at some point I will be going ahead and getting another Slowpoke. Surely. It is such a nice on the Slowpoke one as well. It do be indeed. I kind of wonder honestly if there's gonna be like remix about the Alola region. Is there gonna be Galarian? Is there gonna be Galarian Slowpokes on the shores? Because they seem to like being there. They quite seem to be liking to be there indeed. Or is it too tropical of a place for them to be in? Oh. I'm surprised it wasn't actually the random one there instead. Should be another snow round right there. There is. Nice. Oh my. With you. It would still be absolutely ridiculous to find you first. It would absolutely be ridiculous indeed. It would indeed. Hello there, another snom. I won't say that I have done a decent job today to be avoiding these little guys. I mean, I don't really do anything to try to avoid them anyways, but it's interesting. It is indeed. I still wonder though one thing. Will we ever be getting a bug gym leader to be one of the later ones? Like, of course I understand that bugs, they do be working the best when they are like... They are indeed in the first few ones, considering the amount of weaknesses they have and stuff along those lines. But as I have said before, there is nowadays a decent amount of good bug type Pokemons. There has been honestly for quite some time, like before even the very good ones. I guess it would really be depending on that does it want to be using the fossils or not? Speaking of the fossils, I still would be absolutely loving to be getting... Would absolutely loving to be getting a gym leader whose team would be a bunch of fossils. Of course, it's most likely gonna be a rock type because most of the time when there has been like a museum and it's related to the gym leader, it has been indeed a rock type gym, which is fine. There's quite a good amount of other interesting ones though. Or like some sort of like specialist that we would more or less need to be fighting, that would be having something special like that. There you are. You are, my friend. I will say that I would wish that in the future we would be having more gym leaders, like if there's gonna be a gym puzzle, which I think there is gonna be because it has been going on for a few generations. It's again one of those things that I just personally don't see them throwing away too quickly. I would like to see like a nice and puzzly one. Or like anyways like some sort of like riddles, puzzles, whatever things. For the legendaries. I don't think that they should be anything too over the top though. But like some things that you would need to be thinking about quite a bit. Maybe not go as far as with the Manaphy Fiona thing from Legends Arceus, but something along like that. Because like I would like to say that you could be solving the Manaphy thing without the help of the Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, but it definitely does help. It definitely does help. Or anyways, like, have, like... Oh. Have, like... I don't know, it would be kind of cool again to be having, like, some special Pokemons, like regular Pokemons, even to be... locked behind... something. As I said, it doesn't need to be hard. And you need whatever it is you need to be solving. Even though it would probably be quite useless, but it would be cool if like something like a pseudo legendary, like fully evolved one would be behind, something like that. Or other like important Pokemons. It is such a shame that there is not so many like special locations where like there is lore behind why this Pokemon is in here specifically. Even though it is like a regular Pokemon. Maybe one that is on indeed a rarer side, but still, you know, a regular old Pokemon. I will say one thing I will... yeah, I think... yeah, I think if Ultra Beasts, if they come back, which I kind of doubt that they would, but if they do, maybe they could be like locked behind there. But then again, I kind of like the idea that Ultra Beast wouldn't be in too many places. I know that you can get anyways multiple of them, but still they are kind of like, I guess, normal Pokemons, but they are kind of special. It was interesting to like see all the different environments, definitely, for the Ultra Beasts. They did definitely like get a nice bit of information why were they there. I guess it's a little bit different from Pokemon games compared to some other games to be having like special place for certain creatures or whatnot. It definitely wouldn't be hurting to be having more Pokemons to be like that though. It definitely wouldn't be hurting indeed. But hey, we shall see. Maybe one day we would be getting something like that. But yeah, if it is gonna be ever in a Pokemon game that there is gonna be like something special somewhere, I don't think it's gonna be too hard to be getting it though. Which is a good thing. I still, you know, would be feeling somewhat special. It would indeed. I would wish one thing about this place and the background image that you have when you're in a battle is that there would be those other kinds of tree as well. There's only the one kind of tree, but there is other kinds of trees on the background. Because I do be loving, like, nice wintry, no leaves, very heavy snow things. I just find it very pretty, you know, be having those trees that are just... It seems like they are kind of having leaves with the snow that is on there. So pretty. I love them. They look very magical at night. It's just this weird to me. Weird to me sometimes that in games that when, you know, there is... Like, it is shown that there is winter time and, like... Certain kind of trees that I know for sure, at least in here, will be, like, having no leaves during the winter. Since, you know, they want to be keeping all the power, so the tree itself will be able to survive through the cold winters. It's just weird to me to see, indeed, trees to be having leaves that... the ones that shouldn't be having them. But hey... games, they are most definitely interesting and can do whatever they want. But I would wish to see more in games the nice thing that can be happening with trees in real life, that they are having the snow covering them and indeed they don't have any leaves. Because I don't know why, but it for me it just gives me the vibe that the trees are glowing. And I love it. As I said, it is indeed, in my opinion, very pretty. With like a correct amount of light as well at night. It is unfortunately hard to be finding those kinds of places. It is indeed. Nature definitely is very interesting. It is indeed. How it works in different places. It is such a shame that even though in games nature it is indeed very pretty and everything, it's sometimes I would wish that more games could be capturing, you know, actual nature to the games. Especially if it's like one of those more realistic ones. If it's more or less of a cartoonish game, it doesn't bother me because, you know, it's a cartoonish game. It doesn't really make too much sense anyways to compare it to real life. But indeed, if it is like more or less real life thing, I would indeed be preferring it to be something closer to real life. course, I understand that there is like different ways that people view things depending on where they are from. There is indeed. No? I can probably sneak up to that door, no. I would like to say. And I can nicely encounter each. Without it even noticing anything. I'm gonna be going back to here. Nothing. I unfortunately think that bear chick will be able to notice me. I probably need to get going quite fast once it gets to that indeed. Yeah. Another early bird. Yeah. I don't know. I do also be loving those games that, you know, those games that look so bad that they look good. Like, mostly like the games that are, you know, trying to look like they are old games. I do be loving those every once in a while as well. There we go. Jellybirds. Jellybirds indeed. Oh. And then another one of you guys to be boosted. Dragonol, you have definitely be one of the more common ones to be like this. I want to check out one thing. Do I even have like delivery to be like anything? Because that would make sense why I don't. Oh, okay. Because then it would be, you know, making sense that why I don't really see each. To be boosted. Oh yeah, I did see like one before. I don't know why again I'm kind of starting to think about a Pokemon game where you would be like a scientist. It's just kind of like the idea that, you know, the usual games are, of course, that you are gonna be just completing the Pokédex and stuff like that, but as I said, what if you would actually be the one that is making the Pokédex? Like, making experiments, making making some tests and stuff like that. As I said, it would be quite interesting to see how certain things have like been discovered in Pokemon games. I unfortunately don't think that that will be ever happening, that we would be seeing like how did certain things like become the things that they are today. As cool as it would be in my opinion. Especially with Pokemon, because we have a bunch of things that, you know, they would be nice if they would be explained. Of course, I understand that in every game there's gonna be quite a good list about things that are probably never gonna be explained. And you know, it's fine. It is fine. Unlike the amount of Ordinos. That's not... that's not a fine game. Oh boy. I do be always be loving... I do be loving the games that indeed be having... like something very like special to that game, and when you can like understand why things are the way that they are. Always have loved that thing. Well, then again, games, they do still, in my opinion, need to be having some sort of mystery to them. Or if everything would be like explained only like at the very end, or after, yeah, like you have done everything. I don't know why, but I just seem like if I would be personally playing games like that too much, they would just kind of get boring if I know like too much information first from the game itself. As I said, some things are nice to be knowing beforehand. Some things, they are nicer to be knowing only at some point later. It is indeed like that sometimes. As humans, we do way quite good at making theories about things, trying to make things make more sense than they already do. Always is interesting to be seeing how certain things can be viewed quite differently in games. It's very interesting to be seeing. Like for Pokemon games, there's a lot of things, but probably the one that I would personally be most interested in finding out, of course, would be like the reasoning behind shiny Pokemons. Because like the first one was the Red Gyarados, and it was just said that that it just evolved and like stayed the same color, which is strange. It's very strange indeed. But it just doesn't make too much sense after the fact, and like with everything, every shiny that we have nowadays. Very interesting to be seeing indeed. There is honestly in most of the games things that should be used for more things than they are. Because I'm just going close to that, like whatever it is, the farm thing. It just reminds me of like, what if you would actually be able to use it? You know, grow berries, even though it doesn't make too much sense in this game because berry trees are indeed in few locations, but why couldn't we be finding use for them? It would be quite nice indeed if we would be able to. It would indeed. It's not like growing berries is a new thing in the Pokemon games anyways. Also, the thing was that you were able to grow berries and also we were able to grow berries and have like berry trees in low life, if I remember correctly. So why not? Maybe, you know, the ground is too cold in here, but you could be growing like, maybe it could have been that you could have been growing like special berries in here, like the ones that are counted to be rare berries that if you're like making curry, you're gonna be getting better results. That could be in each. Don't know though. It is such a shame that there is indeed in games in general so many things that they are only there for the story, and you know, after the story is done they just kind of throw it away. Because usually those things are the most interesting things. Usually those are the most interesting things, the things that haven't been touched. You know, quite a good amount of potential and stuff like that. Also, hello cat. Today, it is to win. Quite fine, I guess. I hope. Seems to be doing quite fine indeed. I know that the game clock is, you know, ahead a little bit, but it doesn't mean that you would be getting anything. It doesn't mean that. And you know that I'm not gonna be going in. I'm not going really anywhere. I got a speed, by the way, in the last few days very much into I want a lot of attention mood, I would like to say. 'Cause she does like certain things that, you know, we're gonna be saying things about it and like, you know, continues them. So, you know, the usual like way to be getting attention or I want attention things. Yeah. But it is indeed, as I've been expecting it to be the case. She was very interested in the tree for a few days. And now she doesn't care. Which I still will say that I love it. I love it indeed. Doesn't care about the tree at all. She just lets it be. Not in a single year that she has been in here as the 3B down. Which is very nice indeed. Imagine if it would be. But yeah, I will say that it's interesting how my thoughts about the Christmas tree has changed over the years, because like for quite some time, like when I was living with my parents, we did buy trees every year, like an actual tree that, you know, wouldn't be lasting for the next year. We did do that for quite some time then. I will say one thing that I'm quite surprised that my mom was quite fine with it, because she did get like, you know, she was indeed be getting usually reactions from like trees, so it was interesting. Yeah, then we did switch into be having a plastic one, the kind that you can just use over time, a bunch of years. And I didn't mind it, apart from it, of course, like, it's such annoying to be actually be setting up because like you would need to. I guess we didn't have the space. Indeed, we would just be having it in the box that it did. You know, that it was sold in. It was like such a pain to be making it look decent. Yeah, nowadays we are indeed be getting the tree from my boyfriend's parents because they do be getting the tree there. I will say that I don't mind that, you know, since it is in like a Christmas tree that someone is like actually growing to be a Christmas tree, so you know it doesn't look too full. But I honestly don't mind each. Would I be liking if it would be a little bit more like full? Yeah. But at the same time, it doesn't bother me too much. Which I was quite surprised about because I have like weirdly, even though I don't really care too much about Christmas myself, I've always taught myself to be quite picky with trees. I was usually the one that, especially like when I was only living with my mom, that she was always be asking me what kind of tree. Weird thing how things do be changing indeed over the years. Hello there, Amora. This cool daily were to be nice and purple. It would be absolutely lovely if you would be today. Yeah, I do be still remembering though that when I was like very excited about Christmas. Do be remembering it indeed. But then again, that's how things change sometimes. I was honestly for like quite early on in my life the type of person that I just like kind of stopped caring about my birthday. Like I wasn't thinking that it's like a big deal, you know. I didn't care too much about my birthday that much. Like surely like cool, it's a thing, but I didn't really care too much about it because I know there's a lot of people that like really do be like doing a lot of cool things when it's their birthday, and I'm like, it's just a normal day. I don't care about it. It's just a regular old day for me. Nothing too crazy going on at all. Oh, nice. Oh. Or snow runs, I see. I mean, I most likely, even if I would be getting a female Chinese snow run, I probably will be keeping it as a snow run for now. I don't honestly see too big of a reason to be evolving it. Because I might be getting one, you know, in Dynamics Adventures anyways. I might, so doesn't matter that much. And also, I may or may not be haunting it at some point anyways. It's goofy little guy indeed. Snow run that is. Interesting indeed. You'll be loving it though. Yeah, fun thing happened like few days ago. Is that, you know, since in Pokemon Go there's like the winter thing going on right now. Since, you know, it's winter and also like definitely not trying to be like Christmas themed as well there. Fun fact, I did run into or I did manage to find a shiny, who is it? What is it? A shiny of the kind of Darumaka there. And then I was like interested in like, I was trying to find like, is it boosted because of the event? But I didn't seem to find anything. It's honestly not too much information. It's just the thing because there's like certain Pokemons when there is like certain events going on that, you know, Pokemon is boosted spawns for a limited time, then it just seems like everyone is getting them. It did seem like it did have a boost from eggs though, but it was from wild. I'm pretty sure it would be anyways in the special like 7-kilometer eggs anyways. Quite a good amount of those like those kinds of Pokemon tend to be like that indeed. Like more or less the original ones. At least from the Galar, it seems to be the case. One of them indeed. Yeah. Which is of course like fine. I don't really care personally. And I will be finding when I will be able to finish the decks, then I will be able to finish the decks, you know. Don't care too much about it. Oh. Night chime. Soon. I mean to run into you at all. I guess would be to be finding a Moraine. I would like to say that you would be nicely popping out right now with your beautiful, beautiful, beautiful shiny. I think you would indeed. And again, you never really know when or before you see them, right? Some they do be popping out very nicely, and some are like you're thinking that they should be, and then they're really not. I will say one thing that I would kind of like to be seeing when I do be like when I will be encountering like snows, I would be liking to see like a nice big bug Pokemon. I would like that indeed, to be seeing like a nice and big one. Because you know, usually bugs, they tend to be small, which, fair enough. Bugs, they tend to be on the smaller side. But yeah. I don't know why, but I'm thinking like, if we would be ever be getting a bug that would be quite close to a bird at the same time, maybe that could be working. Maybe. But it would be working indeed. It would be very interesting to see. The bug preferred Pokemon. You already know is here once again. Ridiculous. Ridiculous indeed. I already know the main thing that I always should be remembering you about is definitely the Ultra Wormhole rides. I haven't done too much myself, but they are indeed very interesting. Imagine if like Ultra Wormhole rides would be becoming a thing again, but there would be a multiplayer option. That could be chaotic. Ultra Wormhole rides, but multiplayer. It's not like they are too easy to begin with anyways. Of course, like, they are not too hard to do either. For sure, but If you want to be going for a very long distance, it can indeed be very hard. What if we would be getting a Pokemon game at some point? That each, like, route or certain kinds of areas would be, like, making a reference to each of the regions. That could be definitely cool indeed. Could be definitely cool indeed. Not like, you know, because that would be like probably the best way to be making like region with all regions. Indeed, to be like referencing to each of the regions within like route or like certain areas. Then again, now that I think about that, would be quite be working well with Blueberry Academy specifically, because they have the thing that they have traveled to a bunch of different places to be understanding the terrestrializing thing. That would be working quite well in there, in my opinion. Maybe there is something like that there, but of course it's out of our control indeed. Oh, is there a third Delibird there? B5% like that? Nice. At least in this area I can't be getting the wrong 5%. Unlike when hunting for the Farfetch, there can be the wrong one. Oh, no. It is just an ice cream there. A Delibird. Just an ice cream indeed. I don't really need or want it though. I have a feeling that I might be encountering that bear chick soon. I don't know why. It just seems like I can't escape it. Oh. I mean, that works as well. I thought it would be facing a little bit differently there. soon. 500 checks done today. Not too bad. More or less 250 to go then. It's most likely gonna be that then indeed for today. After that, as I said, decent amount of done. Indeed. Didn't indeed quite get to like closer to the halfway to the odds, but still pretty decent. I definitely would have been able to if I would have been, of course, encountering everything, but I can't be bothered to be encountering everything. Dragonol, I'm not that interested in you. As I said, whenever I will be doing a phase in here for Darumaka, then I most likely will be checking out them as well. Most likely indeed. Ice cream, probably never. If it's not like having the aura thing, because I already have one. Yeah, I might be trying to look for another, like, cool place to be checking out Darumaka in, though. Might be indeed. We shall see, though. We shall see, indeed. I want you to go a little bit farther away because I would like to encounter that snow run there. Oh, there's something there. Don't see anything there, my dude. Maybe that's far enough away. Hopefully. If not, then I will just run. Run with my bike as fast as I can. Yeah, we're good. I don't know why it just seemed so laggy when you were flying there. Through the grass. I think the grass just was like weirdly clipping there. Movie looking strange indeed. Might have a lot of snow around there on the distance. I've seen indeed. Yeah, there is. The question is though, will I be going too far away from it so it will be despawning? Or will I be staying close enough so it will be staying there? This might be a little bit harder to not be getting encounters. There we go. Delibird, Delibird. It's another Delibird, let's go. Let's go, another Delibird indeed. Oh. Yeah, I guess Galarian Darumaka available where? I always will be checking it. I probably should be knowing at this point. Now it's available in here. In another weather. It's available on Route 10. really available in some other places though. Oh, it is the snow one. So you can see a part of yellow. Kind of yellow there on the grass. Darumaka is interesting Pokemon to me because like Darumaka it just seems like, you know, a goofy fella, but then when it evolves it seems to be getting quite a bit more serious with the things. Oh yes, all available in Route 8 as well. But I think Route 10 was the place that I would have liked to be going for each. And otherwise it's available only on max rates. In the base game and then in here indeed. Because I will say one thing. Even though as interested as I am with doing the dance, like a regular old dance, at the same time, I think it's gonna be mostly just... it's gonna be happening at some point kind of a thing. I definitely want to be getting a shiny that way though. It's just gonna be whenever, you know. Whenever, it's probably gonna be happening whenever I will be farming lots for like fossils or whatever. Most likely indeed the case. There's nothing wrong with the dance per se. At the same time, I don't really get anything too useful from them. Because the thing is that I don't really need money in this game. I don't really care too much about like the TRs that you can be getting. It's unfortunately just nothing too much that I'm interested in. Same with like, yeah, sure I can be getting XP candies from it, but do I really need them for anything? Not really. Cool idea, cool way to be finding Pokemons with hidden abilities as well. I like it that it's a possibility. I like that hidden abilities, of course they're hidden abilities, so like you're not gonna be getting them easily. But I do be loving the thing that they are not that rare to be found though. I'll be very happy about it indeed. Because imagine if hidden abilities would have been only available through the Dream World. And then through only events. And if you don't like, you know, do anything in them, then you're out of luck. Thankfully they have made them to be somewhat easy to be obtained. You still, of course, like, understand that you need to be working in order to be getting them. And I'm completely fine with that. I'm completely fine with that indeed, but it's nice that they are not that hard to come by. Auto daily bird. I might be running in. No, I wasn't running into the random one. Would still love to know how the game decides. Would it be the random one or will it be the visible one there? Would be interesting to know indeed. Oh. Third one. Cool. Very cool indeed. Would have been quite funny if like certain weathers would have been only available in certain days of the year. In this game. This weather, as I said, it is playing somewhat of a big part. I can imagine that to be the case indeed. Like, you can only catch this Pokemon at this time of the year. You have only one chance to be capturing it. Oh boy. Oh boy, indeed. I do say that I do be hating the games that do be doing that so much. It's very mean and not necessary at all. Like, I understand that certain special things happen only like at certain part of the year. At the same time, just as I said, locking each to one day though. So glad that the games don't really do that. Because like the thing is that in most games, like certain like seasonal things, they might be going on for quite some time. Like they might be going indeed for even a month or like 2 weeks after the thing has happened, you know. Okay. No. Yeah. Probably the way that I love about the seasonal things though is that they are technically available all year round, but they are only like they are of course more likely when, you know, it is like the seasonal thing is more relevant. Those are probably the kinds that I love the most. It's unfortunately so rare to be seeing it done like that in games, but I do be loving it probably the most. Because the thing is that most games, they don't really work if you would be switching time. Or it's like, it's kind of like impossible to be doing each. Be switching time, that is. I guess some games they do be basing certain things as they are actually happening in real life. I thought it was a random one for a moment. No. It's just a snowman there. Nice. Yeah, it is interesting. It is indeed very interesting. There we go. Oh. Just about to ask, do you want to go away? Yes, it did. It did indeed. Too far away from the spawn point it was. Indeed. Oh. Again, when like the explanation point there happening and immediately getting encounter. Interesting. This one wasn't from the random one, but anyways. It's always interesting though that in every single region there has been like one Pokemon that is like weirdly everywhere, that like is a new one that has been introduced in specifically. Like Storm, as I said, it is very much available in here. In every single snowy area in Ground Tundra, it's pretty much available in. But like in the base game, it's like nowhere. It's interesting. Of course, in the base game, there really isn't too many snowy areas apart from the few areas, which is unfortunate. As I said, always to be wishing that we would be getting. Always to be wishing that we would be getting someday a region that would be more. Or would we mostly be having like snowy areas? Like, why couldn't we be having like? Because most of the what are they? Most of the regions are mostly like either forests or like some sort of like flat areas that are grass. Like, why couldn't we be having like more of like either, as I said, a snowy place and would be mostly snowy, or why couldn't be having a place that would be mostly like sand either? I know that in Pokemon games there needs to be variety, but it could be done, but it would just be mostly, you know, snow or like other things that's just like, you know, grass areas. Especially if it would be getting a region that would be based on in some like other than like very much of an area that is very heavily based on something other than grass, it would be very nice to be seeing that to be the case there. We shall see though, we shall see. Or it could be even that if we would be having like a snowy thing going on, most of the place would be covered in snow, you know. It could be explained by maybe the legendary or evil team doing things. It could be like that. I don't see why not. Because like, yeah. You know, why not thing. I do be saying that I do be appreciating that Crown Tundra do be mostly, or I guess icy do be mostly snow. I do be loving it. Be loving it personally. Oh. Snow. Yeah. And the thing is that maybe the Pokemon, like the normal Pokemon that usually don't like go into snowy areas, they could just be like said that it's normally anyways in this region cold, so they are used to the cold and they don't care too much about like there's snow everywhere now because of some story related things. Or maybe the Pokemons could be trying to like get rid of the snow there as well. Another thing that would be quite cool to be seeing is like a region that would be very much like even more than glorious to be very dependent on the weather thing. Or like the weathers are, you know, more extreme than in here. Like let's say there is an area that it's mostly gonna be just raining. Very rarely it's raining. Or not raining, you know. I know that there is like certain routes in like previous Pokemon games that have always a certain weather going on. But like it could still be like a bigger thing, like maybe like in this area it's always gonna be this weather and very rarely not. And it could be like, if that would be a thing, that it would be that weather based. That in like those certain areas where like most of the time there is the certain weather going on. Maybe like type that would be close to that. They would be always stronger in that area, like level wise. Because, you know, they are kind of built for each. Or something like that. Would be quite an interesting thing indeed. We shall see. I know we technically already have like the region that like the weather is the big thing. But or I would like to say 2 even. But then again, nowadays it has kind of become a little bit of a norm to be having like weather to be playing the bigger part anyways. Like there is different weathers indeed. Not just in most places, just, you know, sunny or whatever. Would be very interesting indeed. Now 200 to go. Would like to say indeed. We're approaching the shiny charm mods. They are not the odd stage I do be having. I don't have a shiny charm and I'm probably not planning on having it anyways. And this one, as I said, I don't mind full odds. They do be rewarding when you do be getting it. I mean, honestly, anything that you have been spending a decent amount of time on is rewarding when you get them. Anything that you do be spending a little bit more time on will be feeling more rewarding than the ones that you just be getting easily. Do indeed. I'll check on one thing. Please. Yeah, I was just making sure that I was thinking correctly or remembering correctly. Is that it's interesting to me that, you know, when a Mora is or Aurora's, at least a Mora when it's shiny, that the like those whatever things you would be calling them to be changing colors when it's to be doing the cry, that they don't change colors. With you, they definitely are more eyebrows. On the other one, they might be more like mane. Like, it would be interesting if they would be changing into something else. I know green is like, or like, I guess more of a jade color is like a big thing, like the ice, and I'm pretty sure the crystal as well does change that. But maybe it could have been still like, maybe even blue could have been like nice. Be having some blue from the regular one there as well. Left indeed. Oh no, those crystals don't switch colors, they stay the same. That's sad. Those eyes should be pretty. Very pretty. Let me check then on your evolution. Of course, the biggest part that do be changing is indeed that they do become very Snow White. Which fits them as an ice type quite well. The colors, they kind of like... They kind of reverse on Aurora's. The belly becomes blue and the other parts come white. I don't think it's so apparent with Amora though. I'll actually check. I'm kind of flipping the colors with the evolution at least. Okay, so it's like harder to be seeing the tummy area with you though. They do? The way. It's so much harder to be seeing that to be the case though, because the tummy area is so small. It's kind of cool though. They do be doing that indeed. Interesting, very interesting indeed. To be always be loving those shinies that kind of switch their colors though. Some more than others. Like for some Pokemon that switch it is more apparent than others, that is. I guess for some Pokemon they might be like the other color might be such a small thing on the original that you can barely like see there. You can barely see there indeed, but Juby, what did Juby though? Oh, okay. That actually is fine then. It's actually fine then, indeed. I guess you to be the boosted kind. Something interesting spawning in the distance, or is it just gonna be yet another ice cream then? I'm unfortunately not too interested in checking out. It's a snow ranch, okay. Waiting it to be blue indeed. Oh, lovely. It would be indeed. I know that we do be getting like kind of a seasonal tree like with season changing tree Pokemon with Sawspark, but why couldn't we be getting like an actual tree Pokemon like that as well? Not the kind that would be an actual tree, not just a deer that has 3 on each. I don't know though, because the season things, I know that they are not as big thing anymore. But I think it could be just fixed with like, if the areas is like cold or hot or something like that. Or at least like, you know, have like indeed just a hot and cold environment version for the same Pokemon. And you know, it could be changing the way that it is. It would be then quite close to Oricorio. But would it be too bad though? I don't think so. It would be quite cool, honestly, to be getting 3 Pokemon that, depending on the environment, it could be changing. How it would be looking like. It would of course need to be different looking from the from the Sawspark. It's such a shame that this season thing, or seasons, they haven't really been a thing for like almost any Pokemon. It is indeed unfortunate. Because I kind of like it, even though it probably is somewhat annoying to deal with, you know. Even if it would be indeed somewhat annoying to dealing with it. It could be very interesting though. Oh. I want to actually respawn it. Yes. Yeah. Like, I would absolutely love that if more Pokemons would indeed be slightly different depending on where they are located in at a time. I know it would be too much to ask for, but it wouldn't be making it less cool in my opinion. It's still quite cool indeed. I would absolutely love it. No. Yeah, I would absolutely love it indeed. Oh my god. Almost encountered both the Beldum and the random encounter there. While trying to avoid the... While trying to avoid the bear chick. Be like that indeed. Oh yeah, can't wait. That the big sales that are gonna be happening soon-ish. It really depends on the store how soon they start the sales, you know, about things that they were supposed to be selling for Christmas, but they didn't sell too much, and then they're gonna be having incredible sales for them. Because they just want to be getting rid of the stock indeed. Because like Christmas decorations, they have been on sale in here for like last almost 3 weeks at this point. They were first like they have been like increasing the amount that they are discounted for because they just really want to sell it. Which, you know, makes sense. But then there are of course gonna be whatever stock is left, it's gonna be ridiculously cheap. Like after Christmas, because you know the season that they are supposed to be in is gone. And find ridiculously cheap things indeed. I do be loving it though. Even though I don't really buy Christmas decorations too much because I just go with the amount that we have. I'm definitely not the type of person that would be buying each year new things. I don't see reason why to do it. It just seems like a waste of money. Like, of course, if they would be like enough of them would be like breaking down, then yeah. But like, I don't want to be buying anything if it's not really necessary, because we have like a bunch of decorations. We don't need any more. As I said, we both are not the Christmassy person. We do not be, so it isn't that big of a deal. It isn't that big of a deal for us. Nothing too of interest over there. Let's see how things are. See how things are indeed. It's another more. The snow runs are a little bit shy. Could be a possibility indeed to be showing up. Oh, hello there. Daily bird. Long time no see. I honestly will say one thing that I probably, now that I think about it, one thing that I probably would be changing about Daily Bird Shiny is that I would probably be making the, the yellow parts to be more of an orange. I think that could be looking quite nice. That's just a minor change though. I do be loving it. I don't know, sometimes I would wish that Delibird, when it's shiny, it would be a little bit more on the darker side though. It is, for me at least, like relatively light the color. I would like to be a little bit darker. Oh, there's snow around there. Yeah. As I said, it's not that big of a change. Yeah. It's interesting how different games to be making Pokemon look like indeed. With all the lighting change. Stuff along those lines. Stuff along those lines indeed. Because I will say that there is certain Pokemons that on a few Switch games, in a few Switch games even, they will be looking decently different from depending on what game they are in. It is usually the case of how light to be hitting the Pokemon, indeed. It is indeed a case of that most of the time. I do be saying that I do be loving that they have made a different like light looks into the games. The only thing that I don't really like about it is that some Pokemons and their shinies, but apart from that, I quite do be liking it that things are indeed looking quite nice and different. Because it just makes the games feel... It makes the games feel like they make, I guess, more sense. Yeah. I do be loving someday to be getting a Pokemon game with like the cool lighting that we have. To be having like nice glowy cave. Or like in or like either that or like dark place. And see how like they make things. We have like few locations that would be like either dark or dark caves, or they would be having some lighting in them. But I would be wishing to be seeing more of them. So I do be absolutely loving the glow effects. I do be absolutely loving them indeed. Always will be wishing to see more of them. Also, one thing I still will say that I think we need to be having more Pokemons that would be having some sort of transparency effects. We have a decent amount for sure, but can we have enough though? Because I just love how transparent things can be looking. They look already cool in Pokemon games, that's the thing. Like, why can't we just have a little bit more? That's my question. Oh no. I need to move out of the way. I don't know where though. It's a snum. Snum indeed. Yeah, but I do be still be wishing the best of luck to anyone that do be hunting. I do be indeed. What is the nice feeling of finding the one that you're looking for? I'm to be stretching though. Stretching indeed. Oh no. Oh boy, with that bear. If only there would be some sort of spray or some sort of ability that would be making aggressive Pokemon to be not aggressive. Honestly, why couldn't like Cute Charm be doing that? It's just about to move, thanks. Yeah, why couldn't like Cute Charm or something like that to be making like Pokemons to not be so aggressive? Or like some ability that would be like having like calming things going on. Or like otherwise like Zen vibes, you know? Maybe that ability could be also like that Pokemon That Pokemon, what could it be doing? Maybe... What it could be actually doing? I don't really know. It could be just having like calming effects that maybe it would be working like maybe Pokemon don't like do as much damage since you know the calm vibes. And indeed the outside battle effect would be that Pokemons wouldn't be so aggressive. Interesting. Maybe. They always come in pairs. They always come in pairs. Not always, but most of the time, at least today, they have been coming in pairs. These 1%. What knows that is. We okay? Seems like it. Don't know what happened. Something for sure. But yeah, honestly, that's actually another good reason that I will not be doing anything probably on until 27 days because I get so many people. They do be at home. So I didn't need to do that, but I wanted to get rid of that bear chick. Yeah, it is always though, whenever there is like, you know, something going on that a lot of people would be at home. Always gonna be a little bit of issues with the internet. Just because so many people are using it. Which makes sense. It's just sometimes very unfortunate. As long as they happen like that only every once in a while though, I'm completely fine with it. I don't really see a reason why they would be happening too often anyways. Hello there. And goodbye. Oh. This thing to be spawning in here, nice. I will say one thing though, thankfully at least so far, whenever there has been an internet issue, there hasn't been anything happening before, or anything like cool be happening. Before I am able to more or less fix it. aka this time I was just being in here. The thing is though that usually, as I said, thankfully it just goes for a little while away, so it's not that big of a deal. No, there. Oh yeah, I was thinking about one. I think that would be kind of a, I don't know, silly but cool idea. Is that maybe in some areas where you can fish, you would be able to like see Pokemons that are usually in the grass. Like, I'm kind of thinking that they did fall down to the water, you know? I think that could be quite an interesting thing to be happening. the Pokemon would be falling down to the water. It's not like it doesn't happen in real life with animals and they will be dropping in the water. Also, one thing that I would kind of like to see in a Pokemon game, because I don't think that we really have that, is to be having like a frozen like river that you could be walking across. And then you would be having like fishing spots in the middle. Again, could be because I'm used to be having like frozen lakes, rivers, whatever my things. Because surely, well, like we have like icy paths, like that areas that are like ice, but they don't always make too much sense. How do they? And maybe there could be even like, if there would be like a frozen lake like that, maybe there could be like Pokemon's even showing up there. Also, is that another Audino I did see on the corner of my eye? Ridiculous. Leave me alone, Audino. Oh my god, it is. 1%. No way, they have boosted the odds definitely for Audino. Anyways. Yeah, oh. Sun was there. Yeah, I think that would be quite nice indeed. To be having Pokemon like that, or like, not Pokemon, places like that where Pokemons could be spawning or like appearing in. Or the ice lake, and there would be fishing spots there as well. Unfortunately, we don't really have too many like fish, or not fish, but fishing rod Pokemons. That would be working in an ice lake. We have few that definitely would be working. But we would be need to be having more. But maybe there could be like in there, then there would be like only in that lake there would be like one specific species, at least in that region, because most likely afterwards it's gonna be in some other places. As it tends to be, like in some games there's like Pokemons that are only available in one area of the game, but then they appear in some other games later down the line, which of course makes sense. It is such a shame, like, when Pokemons are only available in their home region. Because there still unfortunately is. And I'm always, when I'm talking about this, I'm always talking about the Pokemons to be available in the wild, because like, yeah, sure, you can transfer them, but from what I see, then it doesn't really seem like the Pokemon really like fully belongs there, because it's not available in the wild, you know? Doesn't fully belong there indeed. But it do be. But it do be. Oh, hello, Snoranch, that I was trying to encounter anyways. Yeah. And I think we will be getting like very much of sand everywhere region as well. I think I would like that if we would be visiting again the idea of having like what they did have on Gen 5, that you could be falling down the sand, you know. I think that that would be a cool idea to be visiting, especially now with like cool new cool and like improved graphics. That could be very interesting to be seeing. I'm like, why not? As I said, it's such a shame when in games, like in Pokemon games specifically in this case, it is a shame when there is like some kind of a like place that could be somewhere else a little differently. It's only available in one place. I guess I said they don't need to be absolutely everywhere, but not every place is too specific for one place, right? Also, there's one thing that I would wish to be the case about Pokemon games and locations, now that I think about it. I would wish that there would be like a snowy area and it would be flat, because if I remember correctly, almost every single location that is like snowy, it's always like a mountain. Like, sure, I understand that, you know, the higher you go, the colder it is thing. But then again, there is a lot of like kind of flat areas that there's just snow in. Oh. No. You silly bear chick. Yeah. Thankfully, you're not facing this way when I get out of the battle, so I don't need to be worried about you, bear chick. Because thankfully they have fixed directions what they have to face when you get out of the battles. Which is, I will say, definitely a nice thing, because then it would be making it less likely that you would be indeed like in battles constantly. I mean, did they continue in Scarlet and Violet? Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no, indeed. I know that it is indeed a different thing though, because in that game everything is in like the overworld. There is no like such thing as battle things, like many different battle scenes. I understand each. But then again, wouldn't have it had been too much to be asking for though? There would be like, I don't know, like maybe like 5 seconds of you being fine and like not being in a battle if you escape a battle. But I will say that if you would be throwing the Pokeball at the Pokemon, then it could be like immediate, pretty much, but indeed with running you wouldn't be encountering it straight away. Oh, go there. The direction that I wanted to try and get away from you. Oh there, birdie. You're gonna be showing next then. Another diagonal. I see how it is. Just barely, by the way, enough time for it to be disappearing. Love to see that. Just barely be making it indeed. I mean, I probably will be again today to be doing the thing that I did do yesterday. That the final few encounters will be the random ones before I will be encountering the final Delibird. I quite like that. I quite like that indeed. So, why not? Why not indeed? About 100 more to be found indeed. I'm not surprised that I haven't been getting anything from the fishing spot there. Considering that I always will be going past it anyways. So it would be quite likely to be seeing something there, you know. It would be making sense to be seeing something there indeed. Delivered. I will say one thing, I'm quite glad about the Delibirds, like, flying thing. Because it's just very nice and very fitting for it, and it's very nice that it can be doing it so well. I guess it's an ordinary time once again. And Mora. At least it seems like you have been calming down with a bunch of females to be seen. Thing that you would seem to be having there. Yeah. Seems like a little bit shorter stream today compared to yesterday, but that was kind of what I was expecting anyways. But then, again, like, it's gonna be quite close to 6 hours again. you know, having a nice break is very nice indeed. I hope everyone is gonna be having nice holidays, whatever they shall be doing then. Hopefully indeed it's gonna be nice. As I said, this year is gonna be a little bit more chill than usual for me, and I quite like it. I'm usually very exhausted after my usual holiday break because almost a single time every day I will be somewhere needing to be like socializing. As I said, it is indeed definitely one of the most tiring things ever. You know what would be an interesting thing to be... You know what would be an interesting thing to be in a Pokemon game someday, even though I very much doubt that it would be a thing? If you know the Pokemons that have like gender differences but they don't really do anything, like Meowstic, it does do something, but like the ones that are, you know, mostly visible ones, like nothing like Mothim and Wormadam are, for example. And it would be interesting if in like in a game someday, depending on your character's gender, one or the other would be more common. Because usually it is like either it's the same or version exclusive thing, or kind of version exclusive thing, which will be the Nilomise, for example. It is more likely that it is in. It's more likely that it's in like one or the other, depending on the version of the game. Or like something else. I don't remember, have they done too much about like your trainer ID too much? Like lately, like interesting? Like the things that they haven't done like for quite some time already? I don't think that they have. Like maybe it could be like depending on your trainer ID. These Pokemon are a little bit more common and these are the less common ones, like that are pair, more or less. That could be an interesting way to be doing it. I kind of doubt it because I haven't really done anything too special with the trainer ID. Like, special. A special new one in a while. But it could be nice. Oh. Oh, it's a random one. Snub. Well, I'll be encountering the Amora very quickly then. At least I did avoid the the thing. Bear chick. Cat is today very... Today? What's today? She has been very much in the speaking mood. Definitely not complaining about things. She could never complain about things. But I do be loving... Apparently, she is reacting to upstairs neighbor's dog. She usually doesn't care about it. Today she seems to be though. Yeah, I do be loving the pets that do be like that you can talk to in quotes, you know. Even though they most likely don't really know what they're doing, but it is very nice nonetheless. Nice nonetheless when you can more or less indeed be speaking with them. You can do it sometimes with our cat indeed. But it usually would mean that she is hungry though. She just is saying that she's very hungry indeed. Sometimes she might be though very talkative otherwise. There's sometimes a lot of things to say, which I don't understand half of each. Just barely noticed the glow in here. Hello, Snom. You and your magical glow. Thankfully it is indeed high enough so you can see it from the grass. It's somewhat relevant to the Pokemon size anyways. But I'm thankful that it's like high, like it goes high enough so you can see it easily. And also thankfully in most areas. Thankfully in most areas as well. It does stand out, like it's not like in too many areas the grass is like yellowish. So it, you know, nicely stands out there. The Odino might be actually trying to run away when I get out of this battle. Thankfully I'm kind of facing that direction so I can boost. Yeah. It wasn't necessary, thankfully. Doesn't seem like there's anything else apart from the snow around here. Like these gnomes then and other things that I'm not interested in. Oh. There we go. There. There's none there because I don't see any orange yellow thing popping up there. Surprised that I haven't run into that bear chick that was there yesterday. And run into any other like those wanderers there. Wanderers, strong spawns, whatever my things. I understand the name Wanderer, but at the same time I don't really get it because they kind of stay still. They don't really go anywhere. So that's why I don't really understand the Wanderer. That's why I usually think them as a strong spawns. Because they are usually higher level. Higher level than the other ones around the area. But then again, does it really matter what you call them? No, it doesn't. Just like the word wanderer is still so weird to me. As I said, I would understand if they would be like going more out of the place and they wouldn't be, like, as I said, in the same exact spot every single time. Then I would be understanding it, but since they are basically just staying in one spot, I don't really understand the word wanderer to be used. But then again, as I said, does it really matter? No. It's a lot of things like that in games, like especially that it's a lot of ways to be saying the same thing. Some be preferring others over the options that they have. And do be indeed. Game, if you would be nice, you would be showing me quite a nice amount of snow runs. I don't mind seeing this many Amoras for sure, but I would kind of like to be seeing some snow run as well. I will say one thing, even though I know that, like, above when snow is available in Ground Tundra, I'm surprised that it's not available also in this place as well. Like, I don't really understand why it couldn't be. Because the thing is that I don't really see that big of a difference between this, like, snowy area and the, like, the starting snow area. But then again, it could be just because they just want to be putting Beardig in here instead. Which is, you know, fair enough. Oh yeah, it definitely could have been here as well. Oh. Okay. Okay then. Understandable. And then more nice. Oh, then another boosted. And another boosted vanillish. Hmm. It was a vanillish. Yeah, hello there. It's going quite fine. Thanks for asking. How are you doing today? Indeed, today yourself. Oh, where's your cookie? Sure. Yeah, it's fine. People have their own lives to live. It is understandable. It is indeed understandable. Did you start the EV hunt? Nice. You were doing Masuda right for each? Or eggs in general? Yeah. Do you know about how many eggs did you take? I mean, eggs are always gonna be an easier option. You're not gonna be facing and you're not gonna be getting whatever you're hunting for. It's just, I just don't prefer them, but you do you, I don't care. I don't care, as I said, whatever is the method that you want to be getting it in is fine with me. Nice. Under odds. Eggs, they should always be under odds though. Just saying. They always should be. There are more times than not, unfortunately. No, mostly for me, they do be going over odds. Or there's the ones that go like ridiculously over odds and then there's the very quick ones afterwards. It is going quite well. I mean, I haven't gotten anything, but it is going quite well though. Like, considering that I only will be hunting this most likely like yesterday and today, getting to 1500 encounters is pretty nice. As I said, I might be continuing this still this year, but most likely I will continue this next year, though. Another one so quickly after last one. Nice. Yeah. It depends, of course. Like, I understand that some people they don't like long hunts, but I don't care too much myself. I don't mind it going for some time. You know, it's more rewarding when it takes forever. And as I said, I just don't really like to do eggs personally. I mean, I will be doing them every once in a while for things, but I rather not sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes it does, but you know, sometimes it goes too much over time, in quotes. Then it, you know, it is like you're just having like more of finally it's over a moment, and you don't really. It just doesn't feel too rewarding. You're like just finally it's over. But that's the thing why I do be having different hunts going on, because if I get like kind of in the mood that I can't be bothered with one hunt, I will be just doing another hunt instead. Yeah. Even not this year, then, as I said, next year. Because I don't mind, like, doing, like, the daily bird, like, only, like, for a few days around Christmas and then, like, continue the next year, because I kind of do it with Pumpkaboo as well, like, Halloween, I try to, like, look for one Pumpkaboo kind of thing. And then, like, go again next year. But yeah, it's still like a pretty decent start though. As I said, this year, like starting like the hunt that I did start for the daily bird this year, I will be continuing it the same like counter next year indeed. Or you never know if I will randomly just want to be hunting Delibird. I doubt it though, as cool as the Pokemon is. I doubt that I really have the mind to be hunting it. I have other ones that I will be doing instead. Probably like next week at some point I will be starting the next phase for the Galarian Darumaka, I would like to say, and probably try to as well finish the Mount Lanakila, a phase there that I started like a year ago. It has been kind of on and off. But thankfully I can do Darumaka and the Mount Lanakila at the same time though. I'm kind of hoping that I could be doing like in January I hope that I will be able to do like 2 phases for the dude. Darumaka, that is. If I don't get it, of course. I mean, I probably will be going for another one anyways, because evolution. But we shall see. And I hope that I will be able to get the Mount Lanakila hunt like somewhat quickly done. Encounter-wise, I should be already having each. Yeah, it is like that sometimes. Yeah. But then again, it really depends, I guess, kind of how serious in quotes you do be taking shiny hunting. I don't consider myself to be taking it too seriously. Surely, do I do it a lot? Yeah. But I don't take it too seriously, I don't think. And does it really matter? Like, I know that there is dudes that are gonna be hunting the same Pokemon in every single game with even every single method that they can do. Because it's just a fun thing to do for them and, you know, nothing wrong with age. Yeah. As I was about to say, if I can get the Mount Lanakila hunt done quickly enough, which I hope I would, I will be finally continuing the Kuno hunt on Gen 1. The funny hunt. That has also been like a year since I started that as well. Yeah. You know what bothers me about like you saying patience that shiny hunters have? That sometimes I just absolutely hate when people are like having a bad shiny sandwich and I'm like, yeah, that is how luck can be. Like, yeah, I understand it's frustrating, the odds are high, but you know, you can always be getting unlucky. It's just this like that sometimes. As I like to say, the higher the odds, the more frustrated you will be when you don't get it sooner. Because technically you should be. Yeah, I don't mind it though, like... I don't mind it too much when people complain about it, but like if they have like a compilation where they will be finding shinies and then they're like... I haven't found a shiny in an hour with sparkling level 3, and it's like... Yeah? As I said, I understand it is frustrating like that, but... you know? It could be worse. But yeah. I know that different people have different patience levels. I would like to say that in most situations I have my patience pretty high. Because I just like... As it is shiny hunting, it is waste of time, but at the same time it's the way to be killing time. Oh god. I mean, most likely. Even though I will not be going to 10,000 today, though. Well, what is the best way to kill time? Yeah. It is... Yeah, I understand that that can be frustrating. For sure. One of the many reasons that I don't want to be doing Nuzlogs. There's just not my thing, as I've said plenty of times. They're not my thing. I do be admiring people that will be able to put the work to be doing them successfully. Because it is quite a cool thing to be seeing. Because it is a lot of brain power that at the end of the day does go into Nuzlogs. Or other like that kind of challenges. Yeah. That's understandable. Nuzlogs still are one of the best ways to be playing Pokemon games and make them harder. Without like actually like doing some like modifications. What is your current then Nuzlocke? Or the latest? Yeah, as I said, I'm not like too sure what I'll be doing when I do be coming back. There's a bunch of options, as I said. I could, if I want to, I could be continuing this. I could be starting the Darumaka, I could be doing the Evaltal. It really do be feeling like how, like, it really do be going mostly like how tired I am. Of course. How exhausted I am indeed after being a social. Because Dynamax Adventures, they are nice and chill. It's not like these two be requiring too much brain power, thankfully. There's some shiny hunting like methods that you could be doing that. They definitely will be requiring quite a good amount of brain power. I don't know, like curry hunting. You really need to like actually be concentrating on things. You can't just be doing things halfway. I mean, you can, but then your chances are gonna be getting like quite a bit lower. Quite a bit lower indeed. Something spawned there, I need to check it out. What it is. It is then that it spawned there. That's a beautiful no creature. Hello! Welcome back. Oh. I literally couldn't see anything. But anyways. At least the game is finally giving me a bunch of snow runs. I like each. I will say that the Aurora is getting a little bit more on the boring side. For the amount that I have been seeing them. Considering that both are the same chance to be here. It's nice to be seeing Snowrun as well. Nums. Nums indeed. Oh. It would be still absolutely hilarious. One of the snums would be what I found. It would. It could be the case that the next Delibird that I see could be the one that I will just start to do random encounters on. Could be indeed. Could be indeed. That's gonna be the next one indeed. We're getting quite close to 1,500 checks. And last one usually shall be the actual target itself. Guess I can choose it to be... that, so why not? Soon I would be starting to look for a Delibird anyways. Just hope that there is not gonna be too many bear ticks nearby when I do be finding it. There's 2 whole Delibirds. It doesn't really matter if I accidentally would be running into one. Yeah, we'll be doing random encounters then. We'll be encountering, of course, both of them. I might actually, like, try to run into one of them. Problem is that they're right now a little bit too close to each other, so I might be encountering them both, like, back to back. But then again, would it be... I don't know, it probably could be better if I would be just leading with both there. We shall see. If I run into one, I run into one. Oh, there's Mom Junior. There's the Mum Junior indeed. Love that guy. Indeed. There we go. Another Mum Junior before I will be encountering both the Delibirds. No, for the first one I will be increasing the encounter for the next one as well. It's not like I wouldn't be encountering it anyways. Let's see. Final one is... still red. But yep. And we'll be including most likely my all Delibird hunts this year. As I said, next year going again. Happy holidays and celebrate it well with whoever you will be celebrating with. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. As I said, I will be most likely back on 27th. If nothing really happens, that would be saying otherwise. But have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed probably on 27th. Until then, bye!